Well, we can. Yeah. Can we flip the? No, it is. Oh, right. We're testing. So, I mean, it should kind of be able to hear our voices right now, right? So if we pick up our voices, mic's plugged in. Right, so you're just going to say testing. Still muted?
I don't remember what. One's flashing. I can't remember which one means on, which one means. I'm pretty sure it's muted.
On the right
Steady would be on, flash would be on, so you know that you're on.
I think you want to know that you're on.
Yeah.
But it's a mute button, not a.
Yeah, I think it would flashing would mean it's muted.
I own one of these and I don't know. I'm talking. It's on now.
Not
So-
great. There. It was. Again, it sounded not great, but like I could hear you talking and I could make out what you were saying. Which
You could do something like, tap it to kind of make sure it's coming.
if the door between these two is not open, I think the stage. It'll probably be the same speed as just walking back and forth. It's more fun though. It is more fun. All right, yeah, fuck it, let's go. Oh, sorry, my language.
Hello. Hi, if I could get everybody's attention for just a moment. We're going to have remarks starting now. There are a few seats here in the front. If there is anybody who would prefer to sit down but wants to be in a slightly quieter space, the drama room 125 is open. If you just want to go down this hallway, then turn to your left. The door is propped open. And it's just, all that is a live stream of this. So we have a few people who would like to speak. Basically, remember what an unbelievable person Mrs. Cook was. I think that the first thing that I want to say is that the fact that this is the right place to celebrate her life is the most important thing that I can say about her. When Christina Wilson, her dear friend, told us that, I immediately teared up and said, of course, because she loved Thompson as much as she loved teaching, which is an unbelievable thing to say. When I first came to Thompson, she had been here, I think, for just one semester, so I got to know her really quickly. But my first time being more than just, this is somebody I think is cool, was soon after I arrived here. There weren't enough English classrooms. So I got put, somebody said, you're gonna have to teach in Mrs. Cook's room, I hope that's okay. This was so long ago that it was always C English, which predates the birth of several people in this room. And what we did was, every day, one of the students would put their word for the day. And I encouraged them to get the most ridiculous, longest word they could think of. They started to challenge each other. One day, I forgot to erase the board, and I was mortified, because you all know Mrs. Cook does not forget to do things like that, and Ms. McFadden does. And I was so apologetic. And I was like, Tara, I'm so sorry, I left a mess. And she said, you will never erase that again. This is my vocabulary building. I feel like I'm taking an English class. And I mean, this is the beginning of a beautiful friendship, which never involved me learning math from her. But this is, although we did talk about it, weird now, considering I dropped out of grade 11 math. So that memory was so special to me. And through the years, we enjoyed each other's company. But this year, despite the fact that it wasn't my first choice, the best thing happened, and I was given English for this semester. For the first time in years, I was teaching English in this school. And Elaine, Miss Littlejohn, just like most of you, said, oh, but that's great. You can set up a 410 with us in the math and English department. That's awesome. And I had the gift of one more term with the most gifted teacher I've ever known. This room is full of gifted teachers who I know will not be even insulted a little bit by hearing her described as the best. And while I don't believe that the universe is in control of my life, it gave me pause to realize that it decided that my beginning and ending at Thompson was going to be the gift of her company. I am deeply grateful. And anyone who has spent any time with her knows exactly why. There is no greater gift than time with a person like that. I think the last thing that I will say is the other thing that really speaks to who she was is not only was this the perfect place, but as soon as we said to people, could you maybe help out a little bit? An army of people jumped at the chance because, of course, everybody wants to help. Because that is the best thing that we can do to reflect what we learned from her. So I am going to ask for Ms. Clifford and Mr. Savage to come on up, but first we're going to hear from her husband. Oh, I'm sorry, I've got the order wrong. Mr. Savage, Ms. Clifford, Mr. Chowdhury, and then Mr. Cook, her husband, are all going to say things, and Ms. Littlejohn. And this is the whole thing about her being more organized than me. All right, so if you guys could come on up, that would be great. Thank you.
Hello, my name is Jackie, Ms. Clifford to students and many people. I have nothing scripted. I'm just going to speak from the heart. I've known Tara, I knew Tara since she started at Thompson, and we became friends very, very quickly because one thing I recognize, one thing I really admire in a friend and a human being is being genuine. And Tara was one of the most genuine people I've ever met in my life. You knew where you stood with her. She said it like it was. Whether you liked it or you didn't like it, she said it like it was, but in a kind, caring way. And I will never forget, it was I'd only probably known her for a year or two. I was just going through not a good time and thought I was hiding it really well from everybody, and I wasn't. And Tara came over one night, and it was a rough night for me, and she sat with me and wouldn't leave. No matter how much I tried to kick her out of that house, she would not leave. And she had other plans that night. But that was Tara. Tara put other people first all the time. That's just who she was. And I should mention that I'm going to show you what I'm wearing. My dock shoes. And why is that important? It may seem disrespectful attire at a celebration of life, but when I wanted dock shoes 20 years ago when I didn't have a lot of money, Tara found these shoes for me for $40 at Winners. And 20 years later, they're a little worse for wear, but I had to wear them today. Tara taught me about scrapbooking. If you guys remember back in the year, I think around 2000, that people did a lot of scrapbooking with the beautiful photographs. And to this day, I still make beautiful scrapbooks for my family. And I owe that all to Tara for teaching me how to do that. And I'm going to wrap it up by saying something I saw yesterday that really struck me. It's a quote, it says, "Be the things you loved most about the people who are gone." And that's what I want to do. I want to be who Tara was. I want to be as selfless as I can. I'll never be as selfless as Tara was, but I'm going to make an effort. I'm going to put students first. I'm going to try to do all these great things that Tara did in her memory because, as Fiona said already, if you knew Tara, if you could call yourself one of her friends, then you were truly lucky and truly blessed. And, thank you.
Good morning, everybody. I don't have as much heart as Ms. Clifford does, so I need a few notes here, I'm afraid. My name is Mr. Savage. I've been a teacher here at Thompson for almost 30 years. When the remarks are all over, if you want to come up and see me and say, "Oh, you look so good, you look so young," feel free to do that. But I bring that up because I've been teaching here long enough to remember Tara's first day at work. So she came in, I said, "Hi, I'm Mike Savage, welcome to the math department. If you have any questions or you need anything, just let me know." And she said, "Hi, I'm Terry Backley." And I said, "Backley," I said, "you're not related to Mr. Backley, a teacher that teaches grades 7 and 8, because Mr. Backley was my associate teacher when I was in teachers college." She goes, "Yeah, that's my dad." And we said, "Oh, a small world." And I said to myself, she's probably going to be a great teacher because he was a great teacher. And sure enough, she was. Yeah, she was a great teacher, and soon enough, she became our department head. And then about a week before she passed, another long-serving teacher in our department, Mr. Ayub, came to me in my classroom. He said, "Mike, I think you better go talk to Tara." I said, "What for? Am I in trouble?" He goes, no. But I could tell he was real serious. He goes, "You really should speak to her." I said, "What's the problem?" And he said, "She's really sick." I said, "Really?" I said, "She looks pretty good to me." No, he goes, "No, she's really sick. You should go speak to her." So I went to see her during her prep period. And keep in mind, this is 1 week before she passed, and she was still here working. So I started during our prep period, and I said, "Tara, I've heard a rumor that you're not doing so well. Is there anything you want to tell me or not tell me if you don't want to? That's fine." And she said, no, she said, I had cancer a few years ago, which I didn't know about. I had absolutely no idea. I said, really? And she goes, but this is typical Tara. She made me feel good. She goes, don't worry about it, Mike. I kept it like very close to the vest, and not many people knew. So, and she said, yeah, but the cancer has come back, and my organs are failing, and the doctors say there's nothing more they can do, and I don't have long to be here. So I said to myself, well, what does that mean? I don't have long to be here. Are we talking days or weeks or months or what? So I said to myself, yeah, I'll take this opportunity. I'll say what I want to have to say now. I said, Tara, I'm in awe of you. I'm not in awe of very many human beings, but you're one of them. I said, you're a warrior, and I don't know how you juggle all the things that you do. I couldn't do half the things that you do. Somehow she handled everything. She never got flustered. Is this my cue to leave? Is this my cue? Okay. I thought I was getting kicked off here because I was doing such a poor job. But yeah, as I was saying here, she never got flustered, it seemed. She never got upset like over anything. I said, I admire you for being like one of the guys. I mean, you could say, you could talk to her. You didn't have to walk on eggshells. She was cool like that. I said, I admire your leadership. I was in the Army for a year, and they taught us that a true leader looks after the people below them first before they take care of their own needs. And she did that. The one thing she said, Mike, you're right. I do tend to take care of others before myself, and maybe it was to my detriment. But I said, don't feel that way. I said, look, we all are the way we are, and our strengths are our weaknesses too. And as you can guess, it was about at that point, I could feel the tears coming. So I said, Tara, with your permission, I'd like to give you a hug and cry. And she said, yeah, of course. So as I was hugging her, of course, I was sobbing like a baby, and in typical Tara fashion, she just kept saying, I'm sorry, Mike, I'm sorry, Mike. I mean, she's apologizing to me here, but that's the way she was. Finally, I'll just say, I'm gonna miss Tara. I'm gonna miss seeing you every day, and the math department in Thompson won't be the same without you.
Hi, so I'm Elaine Littlejob, and I'm speaking for myself this afternoon, but this morning I'd like to speak on behalf of Taha and Mr. Ayub. And Mr. Ayub was kind enough to write something out for me to read to you. Hello, Mr. Chowdhury, students and teachers. We are gathered here to celebrate the life of a dear friend, a wonderful teacher, a humble co-worker, a pleasant coach, and the list can go on and on. Tara joined David and Mary Thompson in 1997. She quickly got promoted to become department head. She fit in well with our team like a charm. During her teaching career, she always maintained an assuring smile that, regardless of the situation, everything would be okay. She built a strong team of teachers role modeled collective efforts, and she was always a selfless, caring member of her family. When we missed her in our staff room, it was because she would be meeting with different people in the building to ensure that all parts of the school were functioning well. She sometimes would visit our kids with some toys or treats. The only habit that she did not have was complaining about duties, errands, etc. Even on the last days in the building, she spent a lot of time comforting us for what happened to her. She never complained about pain, discomfort, etc. Tara Cook, you will be missed.
So good morning, everyone. My name is Atif Chaudhry. I'm the principal here at David and Mary Thompson. I would typically introduce myself as a very proud principal, and I still do. And a lot of that was because I had the pleasure and honor of working with Tara Cook. I met Tara Cook for the first time in late August 2019. I had arrived to David and Mary Thompson as the third vice principal, and we were in a staff meeting talking about the new school building and our big move to this building here. And I remember Tara introducing herself to me, and we chatted for some time. We talked about David and Mary Thompson. We talked about the merger with Bendale. We talked about math, and we talked about llamas. What Tara didn't know during that meeting was I had already heard her name numerous times from others I worked with in the board because her reputation was just that. She was an incredible educator. Everyone was so impressed with her commitment to student success, to learning, to math, to improving outcomes. In fact, before even being transferred to Thompson, when I mentioned to folks that David and Mary Thompson may be one of the schools I'll be working at, every response was, oh, you'll be working with Tara Cook. Over our time together at DMT, Tara became many things for me. She was a colleague, she was a friend who was so interested in making sure that I was doing well. With many, many reminders on those late work evenings to slow down, to go home to family, and to make sure I spend a lot of time watching my kids play hockey. And she would finish every reminder with, you have to because Mama Llama says so. Tara was also my 411. I find it very interesting that I would call up to Tara's classroom, which was room 411, anytime I needed information or any advice on what to do. She knew when she'd get that call from me, what's going on, Atif? What do we need? What are you going to decide? And the advice was on point each and every time. Tara has left an incredible legacy at David and Mary Thompson and at the TDSB. She was so incredibly caring, compassionate, and resilient. I recall when she sat me down to tell me that time was limited, the concern was only about the students in her class, the upcoming exams, the departments, the teachers in the departments. Who are you going to get in? Are they going to know calculus? Passion for what we do, compassion for who we serve. That was Tara Cook. She was so incredibly dedicated to her students that she referred to as her kiddos or children. She has and will continue to set the standard for us all here at Thompson. Tara remains a big part of DMT. We miss her dearly. She will be forever in our thoughts and prayers. Thank you.
Those of you who don't know me, I'm Matthew. I'm Tara's husband. I'm here with my father, who's going to step in and bail me out if I get too emotional or if I miss anything. First, I'd like to thank all of you who came today. It's touching to see so many people, both colleagues, past colleagues, students, and alumni. I know she's Mrs. Cook or Ms. Cook to many of you, but I will probably refer to her as Tara. I want to thank Principal Chowdhury, all the staff and students at DMT who assisted with today's celebration of life, including especially the culinary department and classes who put together refreshments and so on for everybody. Also want to thank Ms. Christina Wilson, who's a former teacher here at DMT and was Tara's best friend. She was instrumental in putting all this together and working with the administration. Tara and I first met in 1990 at the same age as many of you students are. We were both students at Woburn Collegiate, which is another high school here in Scarborough. That's where we met. We started that dating that year and dated through university. At some point, Tara had decided to follow in the footsteps of both her parents, who were teachers. And in 1997, Tara and I were married shortly after she completed Teachers College and started originally teaching at Timothy Eaton in Scarborough. After 1 year there, she moved here to David and Mary Thompson. And she taught for many years here. And at some point, she actually moved to a central position at the board, the curriculum person. A position, and she continued there for a number of years. However, she always missed being an in-class teacher. She missed the students, and she was ecstatic when she eventually decided to come back to David and Mary Thompson as a teacher and department head. Tara's connection with David and Mary Thompson has really made this a real appropriate place to have her celebration of life. I'm glad it enables so many students and alumni to come as well. Over the past 12 days, since Tara has passed away, I've had lots of cards, emails, and notes of condolence. I've also read many of the cards and notes sent by many of the students and teachers before she passed away, thanking her for being an inspirational teacher, colleague, and leader. I've also read many similar messages from people in other parts of her life, such as from people she's coached in curling, ringette, and softball, as well as from her curling teammates, old and current friends, and family members. Almost all of them reflect on Tara's genuine kindness, her warm heart, her positivity, and enthusiasm. Many of them describe her as a light or a ray of sunshine that brightened their days. I can say for certain that those sentiments and more describe her as both a spouse and a mother to our two children, Benjamin and Caroline. As some of you know, but not many, Tara was actually first diagnosed with breast cancer back in 2015. And in response, she endured 8 months of surgery, chemotherapy, and radiation treatments. Throughout all of that, she continued to teach, often returning to school in the afternoon after having received treatment in the morning. She did this because of her amazing level of dedication, because of both her love for her colleagues and students. In 2016, we became hopeful that Tara had beaten that cancer, and our lives returned somewhat to normal. However, in the year of COVID 2020, we learned that her cancer had returned and had unfortunately spread to her bones and her liver. She again went through many rounds of chemotherapy, other drug treatments, and clinical trials. Again, even though her prognosis was worse this time, she continued to teach because of her amazing level of dedication, her love of her students and colleagues, and because she still had much to give. Unfortunately, the cancerous tumors continued to grow and eventually resulted in a blood clot in her liver that brought on the start of liver failure last month. She continued to teach as long as she could, and even continued to provide lesson plans for supply teachers after she could no longer make it into David and Mary Thompson physically. She loved so much of what she did here, and her students over here, lots of tales around the dinner table about students and some of the things that she was involved in. And I think, from what I understand, sort of her crowning glory every year was Pi Day, which she organized for everybody, a multi-department event involving actual pie, and not just math. As we celebrate the life of Ms. Tara Cook, I regret to inform you that she's left you one more lesson plan. Don't worry, I won't make you do any math on a Saturday of a long weekend. But the lesson is that despite whatever difficulties you or I are facing, let's learn from and model her attitude towards those difficulties. Try to be kind, warm-hearted, positive, and enthusiastic. And strive to be a bright light to other people's lives. Thank you.
You did remarkably well, I think. Tara Lynn Cook. I don't know whether that's struck you or not. Those initials are TLC. From what we've heard this morning, there was both a name and a nature for Tara, and we really appreciate that. As you've heard, she refused to let her cancer define who she was. She carried on, and she loved doing what she was doing, whether it was teaching, whether it was coaching, etc. I didn't have the pleasure of coming to any of your games, but I did attend a lot of games for Matthew's kids, and some of those were coached by Tara. So I got to see her style, and I got to hear what she would say. Her stock phrase was, "You've got this." I don't know whether you heard that as well, but she would say, "You've got this." I'm not sure whether she was saying, "You're close enough that you could actually win this game," or "You're so far behind that you're going to lose, but you've got it, don't worry about it." I know some of the games fell into both of those categories. Tara was fearless. Even as recent as January of this year, we were able to do a family vacation in the Caribbean, and she joined in all of the activities, even though she was self-medicating at that time. She even came out on a sailboat with me, which is more than most of my family would do. On behalf of the whole family and other friends, thank you for coming today to celebrate Tara's life. She would be very proud. As you all go back to your regular activities, exams, graduations, change of schools, whatever the future may hold for you or throw at you, I hope you remember Tara's voice saying in that teacher's voice that she had, "You've got this." Thank you.
I'll just take a moment, as I know everybody wants to say their goodbyes as we get closer to 11:30, to let you know that just as Sarah left a final lesson, she has also left a final gift. Students all know how much she loves you, and that love is going to continue through the Tara Cook Scholarship Fund, which will support students who have had difficulties to overcome, and will be moving on to their post-secondary life in apprenticeships, trade schools, colleges, or universities to support them with those costs. There are donation cards in the foyer with information about where to send things. You can leave, if you want to, you can leave your envelope today. But they do have the address on them if anybody wants to just take them away. Thank you so much for being here and supporting Tara's family and each other. Take care.
Yeah, you want to say hello? This is Pindy. He does like to lift.
Oh yeah, grade 9. What grade are you in now? Grade 12. So that was before.
Yeah, that was before him.
How old is
He's
he?
2.5.
Ooh, I have a dog only a year old.
Oh yeah?
Yeah, she just turned 1.
He's the best. He's on Instagram if you want to follow. Yeah, he's super cute. He has epilepsy, so he's never left alone. Like, ever. So he is trying to work.
Oh, such a baby. Oh, so soft.
Hair, not fur. Papa? Let's need some water. See you later. Bye. Yeah, sure.
Hi, if I could get, if the mic is working now, it's working very well. Just want to give everybody a heads up. In about 5 minutes, Phil is going to come on up and begin the remarks. I wanted to let you know that we do have space for people to go and sit if you don't want to be part of being in standing room only. If you walk down this hallway here and turn to your left, you'll see that room 125, the drama room, is open and there is seating in there. We're live streaming to there, so you'll be able to sit comfortably. There's Kleenex there as well. So Mr. Santos is on his way if you want to follow him. And for anybody who wants to be in a quiet space now or after the remarks, when you leave that room, if you walk down this hallway, on the right-hand side, eventually you'll find room 120, which is open. It's the quiet room for anybody who just wants to get away from the hustle and bustle. In that room, there are also 2 memory books. If you want to write down your favorite memory of Tara, I know that would be very much appreciated. Thank you so much for coming. And when Phil is ready in a few minutes, the remarks will begin. Thank you. Right here. I didn't step on it.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. If I could have your attention. Good afternoon and welcome to everybody that's joined us today. My name is Philip Cook and I'm Matthew's dad. And so Tara's, what was that, Tara? Very good. I just wanted to see if you were listening. Please, at least the front row is listening. So welcome. It's my pleasure to coordinate the program today. We have a few speakers that will come and give greetings, and I'll give a chance for others if they would like to come up and say a few words as we proceed through. The first part, I'm going to go through Tara's chronology so that you know a little more about her in case you don't know everything. And then we will open it up to others to come up. We have 5 speakers, one from each of the organizations that are represented here, and we'll do that. And then I'll have some closing remarks about Tara, and then Matthew will come up and have a chat with us and dismiss us at the end. So that's the program. I'd like to start with a quick chronology of Tara. She was born, Tara Lynn Beckley, in 1973 to Maureen and Brian. Maureen and Brian, wave. Okay, they're sitting down. Okay, they're not sure they're sitting down. Okay, good. From 1973 to 1974, Tara spent a large portion of her very young life at 6 Kids Hospital. She was in a cast to correct a problem with her hip. So at a very, very early age, she became familiar with their health system. She went to primary school in Scarborough, first to Poplar Road, and then to Churchill Heights. And then for high school, she went to Woburn Collegiate, again in Scarborough. That's where she met Matthew and started dating him in 1990. In 1992 to 1996, she attended McMaster University, got a Bachelor of Science, an honors degree in biology and math. And from 1996 to 1997, she was at York University Teachers College, where she graduated with the Bachelor of Ed in Intermediate Senior Science and Mathematics. She also acquired additional qualifications through the U of T and at Waterloo University, all related to her teaching profession. In 1997, she became engaged and married Matthew and moved to a condo in Scarborough. So until then, they had been pretty much 100% Scarbarians. In 1997, she started work as a teacher at Timothy Eaton in Scarborough. And the next year, in 1998, she moved into David and Mary Thompson Collegiate Institute in Scarborough. She also taught at the U of T Teachers College in the summers. In 1999, she took on additional responsibilities as the department head at David and Mary Thompson. This facility, actually not this physical building, it was locked down. This is the new building. However, after working there for a little while as a curriculum advisor at TGSB and writing some curriculum and co-authoring a math textbook, she missed being in the classroom. And so she moved back to David and Mary Thompson as a math teacher and as department head. She continued to teach until May of this year, 1 week before she passed away. She was actually in the building here teaching. She didn't want to abandon her students who were facing their final examinations. In 2002, Matthew and Tara moved to Markham, but Tara decided to stay within the Scarborough School District and never left. In 2003, they had a son, Benjamin. Benjamin's here somewhere. He's tall. I should be able to see him. There he is. Thank you, Benjamin. And a year later in 2003, 2 years later in 2005, their daughter Caroline was born. Caroline? There she is. Thank you. I'd like to walk you through, if I could, her battle with cancer. I know that it came as a great shock to most of the people in this room when the announcement came out. But Tara, being Tara, had asked that we didn't broadcast that unless absolutely necessary. I like to tell people that I think Tara had quite a few allergies, and one of those allergies was sympathy. She didn't want to be the target for the recipient of sympathy. She wanted to keep quiet. She wanted to go about her business and do what she loved doing, which was teaching and being a coach, as we'll touch on in a few minutes. So in 2007, she had minor surgery for skin cancer, sarcoma, and survived that very quickly. In 2015, she had a diagnosis of breast cancer. So it's a long time ago. From 2015, October, to May of 2016, she had various surgeries, chemotherapy, radiation, but she insisted on keeping teaching. She was dedicated to that. She coached, and fulfilled all of her family responsibilities throughout that entire time. From 2016 to 2020, she was still on drugs, mainly self-administered, to reduce the chance of a recurrence. And most of the follow-up appointments during that 4-year period indicated that she was cancer-free. Unfortunately, in August of 2020, her medical team diagnosed and reported that the cancer had come back and had spread or metastasized to the bones, the skull, the spine, the ribs, the pelvis, the humerus, and the femur, and also to the liver, where she suffered multiple tumors. From November of 2020 to April of 23, she underwent various chemotherapy treatments, other cancer drugs, other experimental clinical trials, with some success, but only giving more time for her to live. Again, she continued her dedication to teaching, to curling, coaching, and to her family responsibilities throughout that time. It comes as a great shock to a lot of people that she was suffering that through that extended period of time, and was able to keep it quiet from anyone other than very close family and a few friends. In April of this year, the medical team advised that she had a non-operable blood clot in her liver, which, when combined with the liver tumor growth, resulted in the liver starting to fail, and to fail very quickly. On May 8th, she passed away at home because she did not want to go into a facility, and she was not keen on any other types of treatment. She was surrounded by the family. In fact, Janet and I and the other parts of the Cook family were there on the Sunday night before she passed away. We took dinner over. We had a very pleasant dinner. She was very tired, and the next day we got the call that she had passed away with her family surrounding her. So that's the order of things happening. Obviously very sad. We are here to celebrate her life And I've dealt with, I think, all of the negative downside issues. And the speakers now, I think, are going to pick up things and talk more about the positives in her life and how she affected all of us. So I'd like to ask the first speaker to come up, and that would be Brian Beck. Sarah Daniel.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. First of all, I'd like to thank the staff and the people that organized today's celebration. They certainly put in a lot of work. I've also been told that I have to keep it short, mainly because my older daughter said so. But anyway, how do you eulogize a life in a few minutes? Two thoughts came to my mind. First, an English poet, John Donne, may have said it best many years ago, and if I might paraphrase, and I mean really paraphrase, it goes, "No one is an island unto herself. She is a part of all that she has met." Truism, indeed. Secondly, the ancient Egyptians believed a loved one's name was sacred, and that by never forgetting the name, the soul existed for eternity. Regardless of your religious beliefs, that seems like a really neat idea. So remember that part of your life, my friends. Remember Tara's name. I said it wasn't really good. Her laugh, her favorite sayings, and boy, does she have some. A wife, a mother, a daughter, Mama Lama, the math teacher, a friend. Tara was a good part of all our lives. What better epitaph could there be? Thank you.
Thank you, Brian. We'd invite Elaine to come up now. Elaine is a co-worker with Tara. Elaine.
Dearest Tara, our Mama Lama, I'm in disbelief that we're here now. 3 weeks ago, you told me that time was short, but I didn't expect to have just over a week with you. I wish I had gotten to see you again, but I am grateful that you postponed our visit because you were able to see Ben play baseball. My first clear memory of Tara was in the photocopy room in the old building. I was with Christina, and you were pregnant with Ben. You immediately included me in your conversation. That is who you are. Warm, welcoming, inclusive. I never felt like I was getting to know you. You just made people feel that they knew you already. I didn't know in the early years, but in true Tara form, you had been just after a curling game. This is now what I know is the pattern of your life. Never give up, never let people down. Keep doing until you can't. There are so many memories. You hosted my joint baby shower when Julie and I were pregnant with our born on the same day Thompson twins. Together with Paula and Julie, we reigned supreme at the teachers' curling bonspiels for several years. Back in 2020, when we had our weekly coffee visits until we weren't supposed to anymore, so we continued them over the phone. I have always said that I wanted to be very good at what I do, but I will never be as good as Tara, so I'm going to aim just a bit lower. No one could be as good as you. You care about everyone you interact with. You listen to my stresses, even when you're facing bigger ones. I hope you know how much I love and value you. I think you do. I sent a not great photo of the big, white, floofy dog behind our school that you loved so much on the parking lot a few days after you stopped coming to work. On May 9th, I had a much better shot, and my first thought was, I'm so excited to share it with you, until I realized I couldn't. I know I'm not alone when I think, I have to tell this to Tara, she would love it, I think it's hilarious. And I realize that I can't do that. You have such a great sense of humor. I had been telling you that you weren't allowed to retire until I was able to 3 years after your retirement date. You told me that time was short by saying our plan of retiring together isn't gonna happen. My life will never be the same. Who else would create a love of llamas among staff and students? Would have brought Percy the dog to visit our ISP students? Would serve half the student population pie in honor of Pie Day? Would hold a ribbon cutting ceremony for a shredder, which is now, after a naming contest, named Shred-a-Stare, because that was your favorite choice. Above all, your joy was your family. We all know about Ben, Caroline, Martin, Simon, Ty, and Taylor's successes. You were always so proud of them. I now have to figure out how to face writing the commencement script and organizing awards all by myself for the first time in 15 years. So I'll try to do what you would do. Never give up, never let people down, keep doing until you can't. I will hold you in my heart forever. Thank you.
Next, we have another Elaine Spitz, representing the softball group.
Good afternoon, everyone. My name's Elaine, and I'm here on behalf of Markham District Softball Association, or MDSA. Tara was the first president of MDSA and founding member of the board. At the height of COVID, while many organizations folded, Tara and a few parents thought it was important to continue to engage the youth of our community through the healthy activity of playing softball. MDSA started from scratch, I might add, all while Tara was undergoing treatment, but she would have never known it. Their goal was simple: to provide quality softball instruction in a safe, positive, and nurturing environment. Her tireless work during this time helped to create a place for each and every player to have a fun, enjoyable, and memorable experience. From the moment I met Tara, I knew that my daughter and all of our Markham daughters were going to have a great experience. Her laughter, sense of humor, and warmth made everyone feel welcome. She had adopted many of the players, and there were many cooks by the end of the season. And if you were lucky enough, you had a nickname, a la Tara. But don't let her smile fool you. She was a force to be reckoned with when it came to getting her team ready for play. I can still hear her calling, "Ladies, let's get ready!" And if anyone had a question, speak to Coach Tara. She was an encyclopedia of knowledge when it came to the game. Rule book, check. Roster, check. Equipment, check. Positions, check. You name it, Tara had it under control with her trusty wagon and Caroline in tow. Her love for the game was second to her love for the girls in our organization. She was a great but fair competitor, and she was fiercely protective of her team. No matter what division you played with, you knew Tara. She was a person who loved all the dogs and whom all the dogs gravitated to. She welcomed new players and parents with her contagious enthusiasm. I don't think I've ever known anyone with so much energy and life. I think that's why she kept her known as quiet. She didn't want anyone to pity her or focus on the negative. Instead, she wanted the game to go on for the girls to flourish under her guidance. I have so many fond memories of Tara. She was wise beyond her years and always had a positive spin on life. A true blue, genuine, loyal, and always with her quirky sense of humor. I was talking to a lot of parents and players after we found out that Tara had passed. Everyone was at a loss for words. We had lost an angel. We had lost our leader. To the players, they had lost their second mom. Didn't matter how long you knew Tara, whether it was 20 years, 20 months, 20 minutes, or 20 seconds. We all left feeling special for having been in her presence. That's the kind of person Tara was, and she will be forever remembered by our MDSA family. We all love and miss you so much, Tara. Thank you.
I'd like to invite Tracy to the stage now from Ringette.
That's a good start. These are hard acts to follow, let me tell you. Tara came to Ringette, I don't even know what year. I had the pleasure of meeting her in 2015 when she became the trainer on our team. It was really quite an interesting situation. It was myself, Tara, Barb, and Shelley were the dream team of coaches, and not one of us could skate. So it created a bit of an issue, a lot of jokes. I clearly remember at our first meeting sitting there looking at them going, this isn't gonna go well, what are we gonna do? And Tara, there was never a question. It's okay, Matt will do it. It's okay, Ben will do it. I hadn't met Tara before, so I was like, who are these Matt and Ben people? How's this gonna work when they're showing up all angry and having to be at a girls' Ringette game? And then I realized that that wasn't the case. Tara had complete confidence in her husband, her kids. There was never a question they were going to help. It wasn't even a thought in her head. It was just simply, my family's here. We're here together. And that was truly one of my first overwhelming feelings from Tara. It was just her family unit was so strong. I actually really want the picture of her just sticking her tongue out at us, because that's my favorite one, as Barb said. That's the epitome of her. So at games and practices, Tara always showed up with such a positive attitude, as has been noted again and again and again. Comforting, positive. It was impossible not to jump on that bandwagon. Even when she was tying skates for all of the girls, my daughter tells me of her fingers bleeding from tying skates, and she still had this incredible positive attitude and pulled a Band-Aid out from her never-ending safety backpack and put it on her fingers and just said, it's okay, I don't have to chop my fingers off, let's go. So that was pretty tough to follow. Our girls, get to see them again because of weddings and funerals, right? The four of us as coaches were so proud of our girls, as we called them, as was stated before. They became our family. We were their second mothers, and Tara in particular. Hang on, I have to find out where I am here. Everybody's always comfortable approaching Tara. There was never a question. She joked around when they got injured. It's okay, I'll just cut your arm off, not a problem. And everything would get smiley and happy, and back out on the ice they go. If the girls were in a slump, she would shake fire into their stick and make a fiery stick and get out there and put that ring in the back of the net, and they would go. If the girls were having trouble in school, it was never ending that we're sitting on the bench. I'm yelling at the girls to get out on the ice, and she's doing homework. It's like, She kept everybody going, as has been stated. Choppy kept us on time. I don't know if she did that in baseball, but as my girls know, choppy, come on, let's go. I don't know how she commanded the respect that she did, but they all looked at her and went, oh, choppy, you better go. And off they went to their warm-up or to whatever else was the next thing that we were gonna do. choppy choppy meant business. You didn't mess around with that. So Matt, Ben, and Cookie, I just want to thank you on behalf of the Ringette Club for loaning us your wife and your mother and allowing her to leave a mark on our hearts, a really, really good mark on our hearts. Till we meet again, my friend Tara. Till we meet again, we will keep the fire in our sticks, we will keep the mark on our heart, and we will meet you there, choppy choppy one day, choppy choppy.
Next up, we have Leanne and Shannon representing the curling club. And I might just mention, if any of you would like to have a moment to say something, if you'd make your way over there, we'll acknowledge you after this presentation.
I can barely see over this podium. Well, hi everyone, I'm Shannon Moore, and beside me is Leanne Robertson, and we've been asked to say a few words about Tara's curling career. So I'll start things off, because appropriately I started my curling career at the same time Tara did. So I met Tara 25 years ago. It was at a company Christmas party. Matt and I were artisan students at a big downtown chartered accounting firm. Tara came to her first party. She didn't know anybody. Somehow she saw me and my husband at the time through the crowded room and gravitated to us. Needless to say, we had a great time with her and Matt. I look forward to seeing her at any future firm parties. But then the next fall, my husband and I decided to take up mixed curling. Living in Scarborough, this curling clinic offered by the Tam Heather Club seemed to be a natural choice. So one night we were coming off the curling ice at the clinic, and I ran into Matt waiting to go on for a league game. I said, "Hey Matt, what are you doing here?" He responded, "Better question, what are you guys doing here?" I've been a member here since I was a junior. Not too long after that, Matt approached me and said, "Hey, my wife wants to learn to curl. Would you be interested in entering a team in the next mixed draw?" Of course we said yes, and the curling careers began. So Tam rates teams deciding which level of league they should be playing in. Since it was Matt and 3 new curlers, they put us in the F division. For any of you unfamiliar with the league system in curling clubs, A is the best division, and count down from there to F. Matt was thrilled to be in F division. After all, he was getting kind of bored up there in A division men's leagues. Tara's first game with curling shoes. She wasn't told to buy a gripper when she bought her shoes. So for those who are not curlers, curling shoes have one shoe with a grip and one shoe that's pure Teflon. We put a gripper on top of the Teflon when we don't need it for the slider. Well, this lady decided to truck ahead, play a game with only a slider and no gripper. A few rocks in, she was sweeping, fell right in front of the rock. I can't believe she managed first view without even falling, but Tara did have a good sense of balance. Anyway, down she goes, right in front of the rock. Touch a rock in motion and curling, you have to take it off, call it burned. My husband reacted quickly and unceremoniously took his broom and swept Tara out of the way. No burned rock. Tara was okay, the shot was made, but I don't think she ever forgave us. Rightfully, she showed up with a gripper for the next game. And once we sorted out the gripper situation, we decided to become Bonspiel junkies. A Bonspiel is a curling tournament, usually is about 2 days long, has some dancing, maybe a few cocktails at night. And I took it upon myself to book them all around Southern Ontario. Tara's rule was that we would have 1 weekend off between Bonspiels, so I held to that rule. But guess what? We actually became quite a good team. And within a few years, we were playing up in the A division of the mixed league at Tam Heather. And this was a place that Matt was very comfortable. But as with many things in her life, Tara went all in with curling. She entered the ladies' league, she coached kids in Little Rocks, Bantams, took further clinics to sharpen her skills, and fully cherished curling with the children. By the way, Ben has stayed with it, and Caroline, we need to talk. Tara even took over coaching the Thompson curling team. Her Thompson kids were so green that before their first session, they asked, "Miss, what do we need to bring for curling practice? Do we need our skates?" Ever the teacher and ever the avid curler. I'm sure those kids look back proudly on their accomplishments on the curling ice, and all due to Tara. After a few years, Tara and I got the bug, let's go competitive. So we put our dream team together. And at Tam Heather, all team unions and breakups happen at a great big fireplace in the middle of the upper lounge. Our top 2 picks accepted, and from there we went. And I'll pass it over to Leanne.
I still remember Labor Day weekend of 2009. I was planning on taking a year off as my former team had that old fireplace talk. Around the fireplace at Tam was always where teams went their separate ways, or a new dream team was born. I didn't know these ladies well, but I had known Matt since the days of Bantam and Juniors curling at Tam. This led to a 14-year relationship curling ladies with Tara. Tara was an awesome teammate, no matter what team she was on. As a curler, Tara brought so much to every game. There was no question she could make the shots, but she radiated enthusiasm and optimism, motivation and humor, and reliability. She always made sure you were where you should be, when to be there, how to get there, and of course, getting home. I don't think I've ever remember seeing Tara get angry. Disappointed, missing a shot maybe, but she was never one to come off the ice and rehash what went right and what went wrong. That was Matt's job. It was just a game, Skippy. On to the next one, she'd say. But instead, she would sit down and talk passionately about Ben and Caroline, her family, her students, Percy. But she was also genuinely interested in what and how others were. These amazing qualities led to so many accomplishments Tara achieved, both on and off the ice. Some curling highlights Tara was very proud of was a 2009 winner of the Ontario Curling Association's Best Western Challenge Provincial Champion, which a banner hangs on She Day, the Wall of Fame at Tam. Tara literally won that final game for us. As the opposition were jumping for joy and doing their high fives in celebration, ignoring all the hoopla, all of a sudden we heard her distinctive voice. "I'd like to measure." She turned her head and went, "It's us." She was a winner of the TCA, which is the Toronto Curling Association Melita Bonspiel Championship in 2009 as well. The winner used to win a trip to somewhere warm for the team. They changed the prize that year. It was a $4,000 cash prize instead. All a little disappointed that there was Tara. Probably a good thing, Skippy. Us four women, somewhere warm. Plus that, in my mind, I'd already spent the money. Don't tell Matt. In 11 and 12, we made it to the regions of the Scotty Tournament of Hearts. In our first game, Tara won the toss, declined the hammer, so we had second practice, because we always like second practice. Maybe not this time against a team who had already been to the Tournament of Hearts, but Tara's comment to us was, "Oh, come on, ladies, we're a stealing team." We didn't fare well, but we got that OCA patch with Scotties on it, and some funny stories of a room with a slanted floor, which Tara did measure, putting a wine glass on a table at the right angle. That's her math. And then lastly, in 2015, in the OCA Ladies Tankard, we were runner-up. We threw two teams together, thought, let's go. But runner-up. Tara's comment, "Oh, so close to another banner." But man, that was fun. Tara's name is known well around town. It appears on many of the Grand Aggregate trophies in ladies, in mixed, and of course, the finale at Tam Heather's curling season, which Tara looked forward to every year. And there's a few pictures up there I saw, the mixed closing. Just over a month ago, Tara and her team won the runner-up trophy, where Tara kicked off her shoes, dancing the night away, with her and Matt being one of the last to leave, as usual. Matt, then Tara's family, friends, and colleagues. Tara will always be a presence and a member at Tam Heather. She'll be remembered for her kindness, willingness to learn, helping others, her courage, and her grace. Her banner hangs proud for all to see, and we will be sure to share our stories often of such a wonderful person and friend. Tara, I guess our meeting at the fireplace to go our separate ways is now. Thank you for the wonderful memories and friendship. You will truly be missed. Thank you.
Have anyone else who would like to come forward?
Well, I don't really have too much prepared, but I'm going to represent the Markham District Baseball Association because, well, I've had many years with Tara on the sidelines. And his team, I coached them for 12 years now, maybe 11 years. And I'm going to share one story. And it's actually terrible for me to say it now because the arm care rules are just a little bit more stringent and whatnot. But 10 years ago, we were in select mosquito level ball, and their fan is in one of the championship games, 4th inning. He's like, Coach, I don't know. Sorry, he's lefty. I don't know if I can. And then he goes over to Tara on the sidelines. He's like, I don't care. And then Tara's like, okay, just get some more hits. Give me 5 minutes. Magic massage. There it is. Magic massage is going on. And I kid you, 5 minutes later, he's like, I'm good, coach. And yeah, we did win that game. And, you know, it was a terrible moment in my coaching career, looking back. Luckily, Ben's still alive. His arm is fine. But that's, you know, it just shows, like, never give up. Never surrender. It's 100% accurate. And she was always there with her wagon next to my wagon because I was the coach and I had the wagon. She had the wagon with extra supplies, always looking to help with us. Will be sorely missed, even though they're now 22. There's not very many people watching us these days. But, and from the associations, I'm not sure if she assistant coached in House League those early years or not, but she was definitely there in spirit. And in any games that Caroline wasn't also playing softball on the same night. And even then, it might be she was there early and then came after. It was a crazy time. Some of those days. So, I thought I'd share that she had magic massage also. And I love the level. Sorry.
Okay, well, thank you very much. I have a few things to say, and then I'll hand it over to Matthew. By the way, Ben, as an update, is starting pitcher at McMaster University now. So, so Tara Lynn Cook. You notice the initials? TLC. I think it's really appropriate that she should have those initials. for a name and because it was her nature. And we've heard this afternoon good examples of that. This morning, we had over 300 kids in here and faculty, and we heard the same story. TLC would watch you radio. As has been said, Tara was all in, whatever she did. I'll give you a funny story that she was hesitant to tell people sometimes, but it was to do with her first encounter, or at least Matthew's first encounter with Tara's parents. They've been going out periodically, but her parents have not met Matt before. So he arrived at the house to pick her up. And as soon as he walked through the door, he was introduced to a gentleman who was a personal friend of Brian and his wife. And this gentleman happened to be a police officer. And he was standing there with a clipboard with a series of questions from Matthew. Where do you live? Where can I see your driver's license? Went through a whole litany of questions. Tara, of course, was horrified. She thought that was the end of that relationship. Matthew survived it, provided all the information, and history tells the tale. I think to this day, Matthew's probably wondering how serious that was, but certainly Tara survived it. In fact, the next time Tara came over to our house, my wife Janet asked to see her driver's license, her social insurance card, and she saw the humor in that. Another quick story about Tara. When she first started to teach, she wasn't here, but when her very first teaching assignment on the first day, she was heading to the staff room, and she went into the staff room, and one of the teachers said, "I'm sorry, this is for staff only, not for students." And of course, Tara, being Tara, didn't argue with that, she just left. But she tells the story that very evening she went out and bought some, what she referred to as power suits. And obviously, she was allowed in after that. When we talk about sports teams, which we've talked a lot about today, there are spectators and there are participants. Tara was both, but she was also the main cheerleader for those teams, whether she was a spectator or a participant or coach. And although I didn't see any of her school games, we did manage to attend a lot of Ben's games and Caroline's games where Tara was either coaching or she was on the bench or just a spectator. But every single time you would hear that strong teacher's voice, I guess you could call it, saying, "You've got this, you've got this, come on, you've got this." And it just became a bit of a mantra for her. I'm not sure whether she meant you've got the ability to win this game, because she would say the same thing if they were 10 runs behind in the bottom of the last innings. I think what she was also saying is, you've got this, you can put up and get through with losing. And that's an important gift to have. Of course, she took her own advice, and she never allowed her sickness to define who she was. And I think we all celebrate that with her. Tara's pride in her children was unmatched. In fact, over the last maybe 5, 6 years, she seemed to develop a knack of diverting discussion. You would say to Tara, "So how are you feeling?" And she'd say, "Okay, but you should have seen what Ben did this week." Or, "Oh, okay, but you should have seen Caroline's game." She diverted those discussions to focus on her children and not on herself. Matthew and Tara celebrated their 25th wedding anniversary at the end of last year. Matt, you had a supporter, a wife, and a best friend. Ben, You had your mum for over 20 years. Her support. But look around at the room. There are a lot of cheerleaders here willing to step up and continue to support you. Caroline, over 17 years with your mum. Support, a shining example. But keep in mind, you're surrounded by strong women. You've got two awesome grandmothers, Janet and Maureen. You've got two very strong aunts, Lisa and Sarah. Plus, you've got within the family circle, Susie, Laurie, Christina, and others who are there for you. So what was Tara to you? A wife, a mother, a daughter-in-law, a sister, a sister-in-law, a niece, a cousin, a friend, an acquaintance, a teacher, a coach, a mentor, a teammate, a hero, an influencer, a co-worker, a club member, or a fellow fan, and perhaps many of those. And maybe you're here and you actually never did meet Tara. You're here today to support her family and friends, for which we're forever grateful. Whatever our particular relationship was with Tara, we celebrate a life well lived, even though it was way too short. I'm reminded of a quote from Maya Angelou, another strong woman. She said, "I've learned that people will forget what you said, people will forget what you did, but people will never forget how you made them feel." And I think that sums up Tara's relationship with us all. It's natural and appropriate for us to be saddened and to mourn Tara's passing. But even as we do that, let's listen for that strong teacher's voice coming from the dugout or the bleachers or the sidelines. You've got this.
I'm not sure I actually want to follow that, because that really probably said everything that I would say. First off, I do want to thank everybody for coming. The number of people who are here is truly overwhelming. We had a nice celebration of life this morning with the students and alumni and teachers as well, at which I thanked Principal Chowdhury, the staff, and all the people who worked to put this food together at the culinary department and help with the setup and all the arranging. Especially Christina Wilson, who was Tara's best friend and former teacher here as well. You've already heard the chronology of her time here, her teaching career at David and Mary Thompson, her strong connection to her students and colleagues have made this such an appropriate place for her celebration of life. Tara and I actually met, as you heard, in high school here in Scarborough in 1990. And we were actually in different grades, but somehow we ended up in the same class together and ended up meeting each other. I attribute it to fate, but Tara always attributed it to alphabetical seeding. I want to clarify a couple things about our first date, actually. The police sergeant who I met actually took my hand and shook my hand with the strongest grip I think I've ever felt, and said, "Just so you know, I consider Tara one of my own." And the questionnaire, I don't think was his. I know that was his. That was Tara's sister who developed that. Despite that auspicious start to our relationship, I could tell that Tara was a special person, and it was worth all her family could throw at me, and all that life could throw at me. I'm touched by all the true and touching words that have been said here today by all the speakers. Thank you so much. I already knew she was a fantastic teacher, colleague, coach, trainer for Renette, curling and softball. She's a fantastic league organizer, friend, family member, spouse, and fantastic mother to our daughter, Caroline, and our son, Benjamin. Over the 12 days since Tara has passed away, I've received numerous telephone calls, read lots of cards, emails, and other notes of condolences. I also read a lot of the cards that were given to Tara by students when they learned that she wouldn't be continuing the school year. All of those notes thanked her for being an inspirational teacher, colleague, and leader. And almost all of them made some kind of comment about her genuine kindness, her warm heart, her positivity, and enthusiasm. Some of those notes described her very well as a ray of sunshine or a bright light that brightened their daily lives. As you've heard, Tara was actually first diagnosed with breast cancer back in 2015 and endured 8 months of surgery, chemo, and radiation treatments. And then again, in the summer of COVID 2020, we learned that her cancer had returned and had spread to her bones and liver. Again, many more rounds of chemotherapy, drug treatments, and experimental clinical trials. But throughout all those battles, as you've heard, she continued to coach, curl, teach, lead, maintain friendships and family relationships. In fact, she would often return to school in the afternoon after receiving treatment in the morning. Her oncologist commented on her incredible level of dedication to her students, colleagues, friends, and family members, describing her as the most determined patient she had ever had. The fact that so many of you are surprised by her passing and didn't even know how sick she was is a testament to her tremendous inner strength, her desire to continue on as normal, and to not have her diagnosis take over her life. Unfortunately, the cancerous tumors continued to grow and eventually contributed to the blood clot and decreased blood flow in her liver that ultimately brought on the start of her liver failure. She continued to teach as long as she could, and even continued to provide lesson plans for supply teachers, sending them in after she could no longer make it to David and Mary Thompson in person. Since 2020, Tara and I had a few conversations after she was re-diagnosed and we knew that her disease was ultimately terminal. We had some discussions about what she wanted to do with the rest of her life. When faced with a terminal illness, you've probably heard that some people choose to go skydiving. Some choose to go Rocky Mountain climbing. Some even try to go 2.7 seconds on a bull named Fu Manchu. Tara's goals, however, focused on other people, including especially her students and her own children. She just continued being an incredible person, living a well-lived life, and continued to be the strong, determined, warm-hearted, positive, and enthusiastic person that she was in all facets of her life. Essentially, she decided to continue to be that bright light in everyone's life. Thank you.
what is there.